All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is file KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Thank you. I note that all the accused are present in court today. Today we will start hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04485. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. Good morning, witness.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, compatriot fighters.
The solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to our Rule 141, paragraph 2. Please look at the document and then read it aloud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you. You can be seated. Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 1 day. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, and once they are finished, the defense has the right to ask questions of you. Members of the panel might also ask questions of you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 1.5 hours. The defense estimates that it will need close to 3 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope the counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination by the SPO if conditions are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm in the record that the written statement as corrected by the list of corrections accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question and then speak at a slow pace so the interpreters can catch up. While you're giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside of this court about your testimony, please let us know. Also, please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. We begin now with the questioning by the Special Prosecutor's Office. They're seated to your left. Please give them your attention. You have the floor, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
Let me introduce myself again. My name is Cezary Michalczuk, and today I'll be asking you questions on behalf of the SPO. Before we start, we need to first establish your identity. Could you please state your full name and surname?
My name is Fatmir Halim Sopi.
What is the date of your birth?
13th of April, 1961.
What is the place of your birth?
My place of birth is Mramor, in Zlash neighborhood.
Witness, as explained during the preparation meeting that we had a few days ago, rather than asking you questions about every relevant issue you might have information about, it may be possible to admit your prior statement containing such information into evidence. There are a number of procedural steps to follow, and in order to do so, I will now turn to these. Have you been previously interviewed by the SPO?
Yes, I have.
Could the Madam Court Officer please pull up the following documents? English and Albanian next to each other. English would be at 069464 TRET part 1 red page 1, and Albanian would be the same number 80 part 1 revised 1 red, also page 1.
Sorry, the year end red was 069464. Do you mean 474?
474, of course. My apologies.
Just to be sure, it's 474 on both?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank
Again,
you.
the number is 069474.
Thank you.
Witness, can you see these documents on your screen?
Yes.
SPO interview?
Yes, I do. Yes, it's true.
We can remove these documents and instead pull up KSC-BC-2020-05 2022-0118 English, page 1, and the same for the Albanian. At the end we have ALB, also page 1. Witness, do you recognize this document as your court testimony?
Paul?
Yes, I do.
Remove these pages and pull up instead the last set of documents. KSC-BC-2020-05 2022-0119 English, and the same in Albanian. Witness, do you recognize this as your court testimony?
Paul?
Yes, I do.
Move these documents from the screen. As part of your preparation for your testimony today, did you have the opportunity to review the contents of these statements?
Paul?
Yes, I did.
During the preparation session, did you have the opportunity to make corrections and clarifications to these statements?
Paul?
Yes.
These clarifications reflected in a note that was then read back to you.
Gjithë shka ishte në rregull.
Everything was fine. There was no need for improvement.
Were these clarifications reflected in the note that was then read back to you?
Paul?
Yes, yes, that's true.
Do you confirm what was read back in that note reflects your changes fully and accurately?
Paul?
Yes.
Subject to the changes provided in that note, do these statements accurately reflect what you said and what you would say if asked again in court today?
Paul? Gjithë.
Yes, just like that.
Your Honors, having fulfilled the Rule 154 criteria and in accordance with your decision F02655, paragraphs 34 and 49b, and the decision is dated 16th of October 2024, the SPO tenders all the statements in Albanian and English.
Any objection?
No objection beyond those raised in our written submissions.
Nothing beyond those previously raised.
Nothing beyond those, Your Honor. Thank you.
Nothing beyond that, Your Honor.
069474 TRET. I'm sorry, how many parts?
Part 1 to 4.
Parts 1 through 4 is admitted.
Your Honor, 069474 TRET Part 1 read, and the Albanian version of it will be assigned Exhibit P01766.1. Part 2 with the same year end will be P01766.2. Part 3 will be Exhibit P01766.3, and Part 4 will be Exhibit P 01766.4. I know they're all classified confidential at the moment.
Confidential, yes. Confidential, yes.
They remain confidential?
They should remain so, yes.
All right, and then KSC-BC-2020-05 2022-0118 in English and Albanian is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit P 01767, and I propose we make it point 1 since the next is a continuation of the witness's testimony the next day.
Yes, exactly. I would also propose so.
KSC-BC 2020-05 2022-0119 English and Albanian will be assigned point 2.
Exactly, that will be Exhibit P 01767.2.
Exactly. Your Honors, I would like to also tender preparation note 1, ERN numbers 123310 to 123314 of the 21st of October 2024.
One, 2, 3, 1, 0 to 1, 2, 3, 3, 4 is admitted.
That will be assigned Exhibit P 01768, Your Honor.
I'd like to also tender the associated exhibit identified at para 31 of Your Honor's decisions F02655.
Any objection to the associated exhibits?
None.
None beyond those raised.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
The associated exhibits, as indicated, will be admitted.
Your Honor, ERN number U0004319 to U0004321, and the English translation for it will be assigned Exhibit P01769. For the other part, Your Honors, I know that's already admitted as part of the Exhibit P187, which is the Book of Shitya.
This is correct, Your Honors.
Your Honour, my apologies for the interruption. There had been some inter-parties communication in relation to the last ERN range just discussed, and we had been assured by the prosecution that they would not be seeking to tender that whole range, as there is transcription issues or translation issues with the latter part of that range. So perhaps if I could just ask for clarification from my learned friend as to whether that is the correct range that he wishes to tender at this time, please.
Your Honors, indeed, we are engaged in inter-parties communication with the defense, and some of the items are pending translation. It relates to a certain order of Brigade 153. So at this stage, we will tender only the page which is not controversial, and it bears the number U00043119. The next 2 pages of that same item are pending translations, and they will be added later if translation is corrected, as requested by the defense.
I'm grateful, thank you.
Separate number, U0004319?
Yes.
All right. It's admitted.
Your Honors, shall I reassign the number P01769 from the full range only to that one page?
Yes.
That will be done, thank you. And
Yes.
can we clarify classification for the preparation note and the associated
Classification for now should remain confidential.
exhibit? Thank you.
Your Honor, excuse me, given that the witness testified publicly, could we please invite the prosecution to prepare maybe a publicly redacted version of the statement and testimony admitted as through Rule 154?
As per usual procedure, Your Honors, it will happen, of course.
Go ahead.
Your Honors, on the 21st of October 2024, the SPO submitted a proposed summary of the witness's now admitted Rule 154 statement to the panel, defense and victims, and we haven't received any objections. So with your permission, Your Honors, I would like to read a short summary right
ahead.
now in the open session. Fatmir Sopi joined the KLA at the beginning of 1998. He was involved in the organization of the KLA structures in Golak region within the lab operational zone and was instrumental in the creation of Brigade 153 Fehmi Ladrovci. In February 1999, he was appointed as Brigade 153's commander in charge of civilian protection. Then, in mid-April 1999, he was appointed the deputy commander of the brigade and took part in combat operations against the Serb forces. Mr. Sopi remained in the position of the deputy commander of the brigade until the demobilization of the KLA in September 1999. Mr. Sopi provides information on the creation, structure, training and operations of Brigade 153, other KLA units operating in the region, including BIA, reporting lines with lab operational zone, and the KLA locations in the region. Your Honors, I now have a few further questions for this witness.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Madam Court Officer, could we first pull up the following document? U000-U000-923. This is Albanian, and I'd be grateful for showing next to it also the English version with ET at the end. Mr. Sopi, can you see these documents in front of you?
Yes, I do, and I saw them also in the preparatory session.
Mr. Sopi, did you issue this request?
It wasn't simply this request. We have issued these types of requests in the past as well. So, yes, it's quite reasonable to issue this type of request for supplies.
That you also issued this request shown on the screen?
Yes.
Signature underneath, is that your signature?
More or less, there are some differences, perhaps time, but more or less, yes, it is. Because it is quite a while back since I signed it, but yes, I confirm it.
Could you tell the court briefly what this document relates to?
This document is a request for supplying our units with ammunition and weapons, which were lacking in our region because we did not have enough supplies. Therefore, our request was to be equipped with the appropriate ammunition because we were expecting an imminent offensive or an attack by the Serbian forces because we could see their movements and we wanted to be as best prepared as possible, and we asked for help from our colleagues.
Previous answer that it was not the only request of such a sort issued by yourself to the lab operational zone at that time?
We have issued requests of this nature many times in the past for supplies, not just with ammunition, but also with foodstuffs, anything we needed to continue the war effort.
In the past, do you refer to which years?
I mean later, not necessarily earlier. I mean during the war. So we have cooperated with other units too.
1999?
Yes.
Madam Court Officer, we can remove these documents from the screen. Could we now, Your Honors, I would like to tender these documents, this document first.
Any objection to the tender?
None.
No, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
U0009023 to U00923, or 9023, both in Albanian and English as admitted.
That will be assigned Exhibit P01770, and can we confirm classification?
Classification could be public.
Reclassified as public.
Could we please pull up another document, SITF 002444127 hyphen SITF 002444127 hyphen ET, and the same number but for Albanian version. Witness, can you see these documents in front of you?
Po,
Yes.
What does this document relate to? Could you tell the court?
po, pas përfundim.
Yes, after the end of the war, our soldiers became civilians or moved to other state institutions such as the police, to the protection forces as well as other organizations, including international ones present in Kosovo. And those institutions would ask for a letter of confirmation as to whether they had been part of the Kosovo Liberation Army. And up until all the verification work by the Kosovan government, we issued these types of documents which confirm somebody's participation, in this case, this particular soldier in the KLA. And in this particular case was issued for this individual so that he could become a member of the police in Kosovo.
Do you recognize the signatures on this document?
Po,
Yes. Yes.
This document?
për këtë dokument,
This document, I can see it was signed by me as well as Adem Sheho.
We can remove these documents from the screen. Your Honor, I would like to tender this document into evidence.
Any objection?
None.
Your Honour, we'd query the relevance to the issues in the case.
Mr. Tully?
Nothing to add.
The objection's overruled. SITF 002444127 to SITF 002444127 ET is admitted as relevant and valid under 138, subparagraph 1 and 154. Go ahead. Oops, wait, let's get the number for it.
Thank you, Your Honor. That will be assigned Exhibit P01771, and if we can confirm classification.
Could be public.
Reclassified as public.
Madam Court Officer, can we pull up another document, and the number would be U000-U000-4206-4206-ET, and the same number for Albanian version. Also both documents one next to the other. Witness, can you see the documents on the screen in front of you?
po,
Yes.
Could we move to the last page of this document in Albanian? Mr. Sopi, do you recognize the signature of Adem Shehu on this document?
po, afërsisht,
Yes. More or less, it is the signature, I think, of Adem Sheho.
Could we, on the Albanian and English version, move to the first page again? Mr. Sopi, this document indicates at the very beginning of it a number of units of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Did the Brigade 153 have units in these locations, Vitia, Gerbesh, Bulaj, and Vakovc?
Po.
Yes.
We discussed this document during the preparatory session. Do you remember that?
Po.
Yes, I do.
Speaks about certain ambushes being planned by Brigade 153 on Silvova-Vitia Road and Kryleva-Bulaj Road. Is that the case?
Po. Po.
Yes, that's right.
Ambushes indicated in this document, indeed planned, organized, and executed by the units of Brigade 153.
Unë me sa e di,
To the best of my knowledge, I was personally involved in fighting at Prapashtit's zone on the border with Serbia at the time. On the 7th of April 1999, motorized units assisted by infantry and other heavy weaponry intervened inside the territory of Kosovo in the Leskovs to Pristina road that belongs to the area of responsibility of 153. I was commander of the operations during that time, and I managed to stop the incursion of the Serbian forces and requested from Brigade 153 assistance to help in the rear, because there were indications that there would be attacks from the back, from the Pristina area and Gilan area, and for that reason the brigade issued this order to assist us in the back, in the Prapashtits, Nishevts areas where attacks were expected. We were able to withstand this attack through this strong fortification, and as a matter of fact, we were attacked from all sides, from Pristina, Gilan, Podujev, as well as from the Serbian side in the course of this operation. That is the essence of this order, which I did not see at the time, given that I was too busy with other things, but I do see it now very well. These did exist, and in fact there was heavy fighting across this area, across those points.
To my question would be, in short, yes, correct?
po.
Yes.
Document discusses also the preparations concerning reconnaissance, logistics, communication, and healthcare. Was it indeed planned like this, as this document implies?
Po normal, ne në
Yes, certainly. We did have within our brigade a special unit on medical support. We had soldiers who dealt with logistics, and we were obviously well prepared for forthcoming attacks.
Script correction on page 15, line 18. I think the year might be incorrect. If that could be clarified with the witness. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, Your Honor. This seems to imply that the battle took place on the 7th of October, 1999. I can clarify it with the witness.
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you, Mr. Thaçi.
When discussing, sorry for interruption first of all, when discussing in the reply to my previous question the issue of the battles that you were involved in, You mentioned something about 7th October 1999, but I understand you meant 1998, correct?
Ja, 7 april.
7th of April.
But year?
Ja.
No, the proper state's battle towards the border with Serbia occurred on the 7th of April 1999.
The month is incorrect. Then. Yes. Mr. Witness, we cut you off at some point. Could you finish the answer to my last question? The lines that you were saying before you were cut off.
Ja, ne përfundova.
I had finished. What I meant to say is that those were efficient measures which were efficient enough within the general offensive that occurred on the 18th of April 1999. We had a large number of the civilian population that had been evicted from Podrijeva and Pristina. They were located, in fact, in Pristina. Serbian forces started a massive eviction of these citizens from Pristina and Podrijeva in the direction of Gulag. The population there welcomed them and helped them settle, and we undertook their defense to the best of our ability. The Kosovo Liberation Army was dealing mostly with the housing of these and the defense of these civilians, the civilians that had been evicted from their homes in Pristina and the surrounding areas. We also undertook measures to satisfy our needs, and all those measures were directed towards the civilian population in order for them not to starve. However, on the 18th of April, a general offensive by the Serbian forces began, one which did not spare the civilians either. It was a life or death situation. We took the best of measures to protect the civilians. However, Serbian forces resorted to artillery and pounded the area with cannons and mine launchers, not only fired in the direction of the soldiers, but also the civilian population.
To the very last sentence of this document, both English and Albanian. Mr. Sopi, the last line of this document speaks about post at level 1210. What does that mean?
Kjo do me thonë
It is the altitude above sea level. Slash village is 12110 meters above sea level. It was the way it was formulated like that is to preserve secrecy, so that only the soldiers of the Kosovo Liberation Army would be able to know where the command was located. It's a command that was located in the village of Slash, which in turn is located 1,210 meters above sea level.
153.
po.
Yes.
Your Honors, I'm not seeking to tender this document for now because this is the document we discussed before, it's pending translation. We'll add it as soon as the translation, the correct one, is ready. We can remove this document. Can we now pull up a video, a document which is a video actually, 065503-01. If this is technically feasible, we could also next to it pull up the transcript, which bears the same number with the ending TR-ET. It's mainly the image. There's very little words spoken, so also maybe the interpreter will be able to handle that easily. Mr. Sopi, take a look at this video. It's a very short one, and then I'll ask you a few questions. Let's play it. That's it.
Platoon attention. Salute to the left. Present arms. Mr. Minister, the Guard of Honor is lined up for your visit. The Commander of the Guard of Honor. How are you? Hello. Hello, how are you? How are you? Well, okay. Hello, how are you? How are you? Everything okay? We came with no obstacles. The others I just spoken to are still at the border. But otherwise okay.
Mr. Sopi, do you recognize this location?
Po,
Yes, I do.
në Prishtinë,
This is in Pristina, the Kolovits area neighborhood, where the LAB Operational Zone Command was situated.
What period of time could this footage be taken?
siç duket në periudhë
It appears to be after the end of the war, with the entry of the Kosovo Liberation Army forces and the KFOR forces into Pristina.
This period of time.
kjo çaposhme në gjallë
What I see in this footage is emotional because it reminds me of the spokesman of the Kosovo Liberation Army, the man who imbued every single soldier of the Kosovo Liberation Army with feelings of patriotism, the Honourable Mr. Krasniqi, who in his capacity as a minister comes for a visit to the LAB Operational Zone Command.
So one of the persons that you recognize is Mr. Jakub Krasniqi, the accused in this case. Do you confirm that?
është e vërtetë që është
That is correct. It is Jakub Krasniqi. I would have never wanted to see him sat in this room here and under these circumstances.
Who is that person, if you recognize him in the uniform, greeting Mr. Krasniqi?
personi që komandon
The commander says he's Ayet Potera. However, the one who greets Mr. Krasniqi is the commander of the LAB Operational Zone, Rustem Mustafa, known as Remy.
Mr. Krasniqi is Ayet Potera, and later on it was Rustem Mustafa, correct?
po
That's right.
Speaking of Mr. Potera, what was his position at that time in the Kosovo Liberation Army?
nuk jam I sigurt
I am not certain. In this footage, I see him as being commander of a platoon of the 5th Guard Battalion of the Operational Zone of LAB.
Guard Battalion.
nuk kam njohurinë të
I have no detailed knowledge, however, I know that it did exist.
They function within the LAB operational zone.
nuk kam njohuri
I have no such knowledge.
Your Honors, I'll tender this video into evidence, together with the corresponding English transcript and Albanian transcript. English, so the video would be 065503-01. Albanian transcript would be 065503-01-TR, and English 065503-01-TR-ET.
Any objection?
Your Honor, we don't object to the video being admitted, but the transcript we do, because where it says it's inaudible in the transcript, we have the interpreter in this court providing an interpretation of what was spoken in the video, which is on the record.
Anybody else?
Nothing to add.
The objection is overruled. 065503-01 plus the transcript at 065503-01 ET plus the Albanian transcript are admitted.
Your Honor, those will be assigned Exhibit P01772, and can we confirm the classification, as at the moment the video and legal workflow is classified as public, but the transcript's confidential?
Same for now.
Retain public and confidential.
I would say retain public and confidential, yes, yes. The video could be public.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Sopi, in your SPO statement at P01766.2 at page 14, and in your court statement at P01767.1 at page 2033, you indicated the presence of the Karadak unit in Slash from around the end of 1998. Who are the commanders of the Karadak operational zone?
Commandant is
The Karadak Operational Zone commander was Ahmet Yusufi. His deputy was called Shamsi Sula.
Did they both stay for a period of time in Slash during the war?
på ganska
Yes, they did.
If you remember.
dessa
I think it was towards the end of 98 until the beginning of 1999. That is the period.
Did you meet them there in Slash at that time?
pojan takuannosti.
Yes, I met them in my own house.
Madam Court Officer, could we pull up a document SPO E 00222 hyphen 00222 690. Mr. Sopi, can you see this photograph on your screen?
Porsche kai
They do.
Could you tell the court whether you recognize anyone on this photograph?
in jo çetëgjith.
I know all of them.
Tell the court who you recognize.
Në këtë foto
I can see sat in a seating position or kneeling position. Ahmed is Sufi. Next to him is Salim Mustafa. While standing, that's myself, Admir Sopi, and Shamsi Sula.
Just to clarify, you're in the standing position in the Kosovo Liberation Army CAP with the visor, is that correct?
unë
Me?
unë po
Yes, yes, standing to the right.
The person standing next to you, what's his name again?
Shamsi
Shamsi Sula.
Shamsi Sula, the deputy commander of the Karadak operational zone.
po
Yes,
In a sitting position with a gun, just underneath you.
po
What's his name?
ai është Ahmet Yusufi.
Ahmed Isufi, commander of the Karadak Operational Zone.
Person sitting next to him in a beret.
Personi që është ngjitur
The person next to it is our co-fighter, Salim Mustafa.
Mr. Sopi, where was this photograph taken?
nuk më kujtohet unë
I do not recall exactly. I do not have this picture myself. Someone has taken it. I cannot recall the location. It may certainly be in Slush, but I do not recall.
So this was taken in Slush, but you are not sure about the location. Is that what you are saying? The exact location, like the house or any other building. Is that correct?
That's right.
Mr. Sopi, when was this photograph taken?
I wouldn't be able to determine it. I cannot recall the exact time. It was during the war, but I'm not able to specify the time. It wasn't something of such an importance for me to remember. It is a picture that I do not have in my possession. Somebody must have taken it. I would have loved to have had it myself.
A few minutes ago, you indicated that you met Shamsi Sura and Ahmed Yusufi between the period of the end of 1998, the beginning of 1999. Could this photo be taken within this time frame?
It could have been, yes.
Your Honors, I tender this photo into evidence.
Objection.
None.
Relevance.
No objections.
SPOE 00222-690 to 00222-690 in the the photo is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit P 01773, and if we can confirm classification.
Classification confidential for now. Mr. Sopi, let's remain in the area of Karadak soldiers. Did the Karadak soldiers fight together with the soldiers of Brigade 153?
Yes, we were manning the same positions during the offensive of the 18th of April. They did join us in the fighting.
April 1999?
Yes, April 1999.
Madam Court Officer, could we remove this photograph and pull up a document, SPOE 000-55678 hyphen SPOE 000-56018 ET, and the same number would be Albanian. And I would like to have on the screen pages 949 and 950. Let's start from 949. So the full number of this page would be SPOE 000-55949 in both versions. Yes. So I'm showing you this page, Mr. Sopi. This is the book that we discussed during the preparation session. I'm showing you this page only to indicate the time frame that the paragraph I'm going to show you covers. So this is the time frame from the 20th to 31st of April 1999. Can you see that?
Yes.
Following this one. Yes. Mr. Sopi, the third paragraph goes as follows. Fierce fighting continued in the subsequent days. On the third day of the battle, the units of 153 Brigade, the BIA guerrilla units, and the units of the Karadak operational zone stood firm in their positions. Do you confirm the accuracy of this paragraph concerning participating in the fighting jointly by the soldiers of Karadak operational zone, Brigade 153, and BIA unit in the April 1999 battle?
Your Honour, we would object to the formation of this question. That's simply a leading question. My learned friend is, of course, entitled to ask this question about his participation in battles in an open way, but not to lead evidence and ask him to confirm it in a leading fashion.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Sopi, could you answer my question?
What was the question?
Question. Do you confirm the accuracy of this paragraph concerning participation in the fighting jointly by soldiers of Karadak operational zone, Brigade 153, and BIA unit in the April 1999 battle?
This is related to the big offensive of the 18th of April 1999, when large police, military and paramilitary Serbian forces attacked our units and the civilian population that was under our protection. All the units of Brigade 153, all the units of the operational zone which were present in our region took part, as well as the units that belonged to the guerrilla movement BIA.
Do you understand that also Karadak soldiers took part?
Yes, that's right.
Your Honour, I'd like to tender these 2 pages into evidence. The second witness commented upon, and the first one giving the indication of the time frame.
Any objection?
None.
No.
No objections.
Your Honour, just for clarification, if I may, this is an excerpt from the book that was already admitted into evidence, and we'd like to add these 2 pages to P00187 ET and Albanian P00187, both versions.
So SPOE 000555678 to SPOE 0005618 ET and Albanian, English and Albanian, at pages only of 949 and 950, added to be added to Exhibit P00187.
That will be done.
Go ahead. Could we, using the same document, move to page SPOE 000-55794 ET, next to it Albanian version bearing the same number? Yes. Mr. Sopi, this is also an excerpt of the book that we discussed during the preparation session. Please, I would like to refer you, please, to this to the first paragraph that starts with the reference to the Besiane region and comments about the developments of the Kosovo Liberation Army units in the Pristina, Fush Kosovo, and Kastriot Obilic region. It also mentions a few individuals, including yourself, Mr. Sopi. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
It mentions you, Mr. Sopi, as one of the organizers of the KLA structures in March and April 1998. Do you confirm the existence of the KLA units in the locations mentioned in this paragraph? Besiane region, Pristina, Fush Kosovo, Kastriot, and Obilic.
So in terms of Pristina region, Castriot and Fushkosov, which is written here, I didn't have knowledge back then. My name is there because my responsibility was to organizational ones in the Kele, in the Golag region, which is the highlands of Pristina. So it is the rural part of Pristina up to all the way to the border with Serbia. Whereas here, in terms of any other types of organization in Pristina, Castriot and elsewhere, I did not participate in those, in any such organizations of these units.
About your participation in the developments of all those units, my question was about your knowledge. Did you know that at that time there were KLA cells being organized in these locations with the participation, as you could see, of Fatmir Humoli?
So the organization of the Kosovo Liberation Army the most utmost care was taken in this, so that we did not have any unforeseen attacks, and from the beginning to be able to fight rather than have any damage to our units. So I didn't know back then what type of organizations others were involved in, because we didn't report to each other on these.
Refresh the memory of the witness.
Go ahead and refresh his memory with leave,
Yes,
and then we will take a break.
of course, Your Honor. Mr. Sopi, I would like to put to you the preparation note number 2. I'm not going to put it on the screen, but I'm going to read it to you, what you said about these locations and the development of KLA units. So you referred to exactly this page of the document, and you said, I was aware of the KLA structures being set up in the regions of Besiana, Podujevo, Pristina, Fushkosove, and Castriot, Obilic, in April 1998, and of Fatmir Humoli's prominent role in these efforts. Did you say that during the preparation session?
I do not recall having put it that way, but it could so happen that we might have heard things, but I was not part of organizing those units, and I have no factual knowledge of this having happened, so I cannot give any more clarifications because I wasn't there when that happened. And I do not contest it, whether they existed or not. Maybe they did exist and they were organized, but back then, at the time we are referring to, I was busy with organizing ourselves, so I didn't have time to know what others were doing in terms of organization. It could so be that during the war we might have heard things.
You communicate at that time with Fatmir Humoli?
Yes, of course, we did communicate.
Tell you anything about his effort to establish KLA structures in these locations?
Nothing concrete, but that work was being done. Yes, that was the case.
We'll take a short break, witness, for about 10 minutes, and then we'll come back to the courtroom. Please do not speak to anyone about your testimony.
Okay.
We're adjourned until 10:20.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in.
Your Honor, just one matter of clarification in relation to associated exhibit 154. I was reminded by my colleagues that I should state on the record that some photographs of a certain location should be added to the already existing exhibit, to the, which has got P number. I'm talking about the photos of location at SPOE 0012838 to 00128 and there are photographs that should be added to P01648 because this exhibit already exists.
Any objection to that?
None.
The photographs will be added then.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, welcome back. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, I can. Yes.
On the same page, do you have the document in front of you?
Yes.
At that time, March, April 1999, were the KLA units also created in your region of Golak?
Yes.
This paragraph mentions a number of names. Do you know the KLA members mentioned there?
Some of them.
Which names you don't recognize?
Best put, it's probably saying whom I do know, Rahman Dini. I worked with him closely.
Okay. Sali Mustafa,
Yes, I know him.
Aka Bimi. Simply yes or no would do.
Back then, no, I didn't know him.
But do you know whether he was a member of the Kosovo Liberation Army?
I found out later, after the war, but I had not met him during the war.
Castrati,
Yes, I knew him.
Aku,
I did not know him during the war.
Dini,
Yes, 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 worked closely with him.
Rovina,
Met her, she's a doctor, Flora Bovina.
Rete Gosalci,
I do not recall having met her during the war. Yes. Do not recall. No, I haven't met him during the war. No?
Pause just a moment before you make the next statement.
yes, of course. Hazir Borovci,
No.
Io,
No.
nuk e kam takuar.
Not met him during the war.
you,
Nuk e kam takuar gjatë luftës.
Did not meet him during the war. I do not recall. Maybe I have met him, but he's the brother of two heroes, artists.
which heroes? Could you say their names?
Vllau e
Fahri and Bahri Fazlio, the brother of Fadiles.
Sabit Krasnici,
Io,
No,
io,
no,
Donci,
po,
yes,
Nunca contactar.
Did not meet him during the war.
Do you know whether he was a member of the KLA during the war?
På konsortiet.
Yes, I learned that he was a member of the KLA, but I learned this after the war.
Agron Jemaili,
På.
Yes?
Jo.
No?
Nunca contactar. Nunca.
Did not meet him during the war, do not know him.
Tim Cherimi,
Jo.
No?
Kochi,
Jo.
No?
Demiri,
Jo.
No, no.
Mustafa,
Jo.
No?
Jo.
No.
Mr. Sopi, do you confirm Fatmir Humoli's role in the organization of the KLA units on the territory of LAP operational zone in this period of time?
Po është e vërtet ka.
Yes, that's correct.
Page into evidence and add it to P00187-ET and the Albanian P00187.
Any objection?
Yeah, Your Honor, we object. The witness has not confirmed the content of this paragraph. He does not know most of the individual mentioned. And when he knows them, he has not mentioned what was their role, if any, during the war. Thank you.
Your Honour, we would echo those submissions. The key sentences that were read to the witness and attempts made to confirm whether or not he had knowledge of them, each and every one of those the witness confirmed were outside of his knowledge. So the three central propositions in this paragraph, this witness has no knowledge of.
Anybody else?
Nothing to add.
We join these objections, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained. Also, it's the relevance of this document also tends to escape us as far as why that would be admitted.
Yes. Could we move to another page, the same document, but page would be SPOE 000-55848-ET, and the same page in Albanian. Yes. Mr. Sopi, can you see the documents in front of you?
Po.
Yes, I can.
During the preparation session, do you remember that?
Po.
Yes.
The central paragraph of this document speaks about the period of October-November 1998, and it also mentions you, Mr. Sopi. My question is, did the KLA units that would later become part of 153 Brigade cover the region of Golak at that time, as this paragraph implies?
Po të gjitha.
Yes, all of the KLA units, which were part of 153rd Brigade, came from Golak.
There are several individuals mentioned therein, yourself included, Fatmir Humoli, Salim Mustafa, Rahman Dini, Agron Jemaili. Did they play an important role in the organization of the KLA units in the region, as this paragraph suggests?
Po.
Yes.
Immediately under this paragraph, there is another one, which speaks about a certain meeting in Prapashtica in mid-November 1998. Did that meeting indeed take place?
Yes, it was my request, and that is why all of the representatives of the political parties and other organizations active in our region were invited. In addition, there were also representatives of the people. So the idea was to have a meeting in terms of the organization of the KLA in Golak. That is why there were representatives of the LDK as well as representatives of other parties, although I'm not sure if they were there, but people who were influential in our citizens. So I informed them that we were organizing the units of the KLA because back then the Kosovo Liberation Army was asking, just like a blind person who wants to see, that's what they were asking for. So I received the support of everybody who took part to say that they would support the KLA. And the position that came out of this meeting was that the KLA would become larger, and we received the full support of everybody involved, including supplying us with foodstuffs, any materials that were needed, as well as new blood, new people who wanted to join the KLA. And the purpose was to remove any ideas or question marks as to whether the KLA existed in the first place or not. That is why I actually came out of this meeting satisfied, and we continued cooperation. It turned out to be a very fruitful meeting indeed, and work went on really well afterwards.
Who participated in that meeting on the part of the Kosovo Liberation Army?
So I organized the meeting and asked for people to come in, and Rahman, Dini, and Famir, whom only accompanied me.
I would like to tender this document into evidence, and also I would like to add it to evidence P00187-ET and the Albanian P00187.
Any objection?
None.
Thank you.
None, Your Honor.
SPOE 000-55848, ET in Albanian, is admitted and will be added to P00187.
Will be done.
We can remove these documents from the screen, and we can, excuse me, I would like to keep it, but move to another page. My apologies. Let's move to page SPOE 000-55900, both documents. Can you see these documents on the screen?
Yes.
During your preparation session. This paragraph was drafted, as the footnote implies, also upon the information obtained from you, Mr. Sopi. Do you confirm the existence of these units in January, February 1999, and the name of their commanders?
I do not see it.
Oh, could you just move a little bit? There are, yes. Can you see it now?
Yes, I do. Yes, I see it.
That these units indeed existed, and that these are the names of the units commanders?
Yes.
Move to the next page. There is the continuation of this list with units. Mr. Sopi, this is the continuation of this list. Do you also confirm the existence of these units in these locations and the names of the commanders of these units?
Po.
Yes, I do.
Your Honors, I tender the first page, which is SPOE 000-55900, and the same with the ending ET into evidence, and I would like to add it to P00187 ET and Albanian P00187. The next page, SPOE 000-55901 ET, has already been tendered through another witness and is already part of this exhibit.
Any objection to the tender?
None.
No, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
SPOE 0005900 in the English and Albanian is admitted and will be added to P00187.
Will be done.
Witness, let's change the topic slightly. Was there any KLA training center in Zlash during the war?
Po.
Yes.
It set up?
Në shkollën
At a school. In Slash School.
How did you know this location? This school in Zlash?
e njo sepse aty jam
I know because I was born and grew up there.
Professional commitment in relation to that school before the war.
po 8 vite
Yes, I taught there for 8 years at the same school.
pushteti
When the Serbs actually closed all of the schools, I became a volunteer and I opened the Slash School and taught there and kept on going teaching for 8 years because our schools were actually excluded from the invaders' educational system.
Training center in that school, when was it set up?
koha sakt nuk më kujtohet.
I do not recall the accurate dates, but I think it was at the beginning of 1999.
And until when did that school function? Did that training center function?
Kjo qendër e stërvit
This training center existed up until the 7th of April 1999, when the Serbian offensive started from Serbia towards our positions.
Can we go back to the book again? My apologies for not having told you earlier about it, Madam Court Officer. And this time we'll go very quickly to one page, SPOE 00055-901, SPOE 00055-902-ET. Could you move to the next page, please? Yes. Can you see it in front of you, Mr. Sopi?
po
Yes.
Where is this building depicted on this page?
kjo është ndërtesë
This is the Slash School, its building.
In which the KLA training center was located, as you told us?
po
Yes, yes.
As we could see under this photograph, it says that the trainers at this training center included Emil Borowci and Bejet Vitia. Was that indeed the case?
Përgjegjës i kësaj qendre
Musli Halimi was in charge of the training center. People working with him were Emin Borovsi and Behjat Vitia, who conducted the training of the soldiers.
Thank you. We can remove it. No need to tender these pages because they're already admitted. Witness, in your SPO interview, P01766.1 at pages 24 and 25, and in your court testimony, P01767.1 at pages 2035 and 2036, you spoke about the formal creation of the brigade, Brigade 153, and you said in those statements that in February 1999, the deputy commander of LAB operational zone, Kadri Castrati, came to Zlash and announced the decision of the LAB zone commander, Mustafa, to create the brigade and make certain appointments. Is that correct?
Your Honour, that's a very leading question. If a witness is to be referred to his previous testimony, leave
It's
needs to be
leading,
sought by the
sustained.
panel.
Yes. Could the court officer pull up, unfortunately, the same book? Again, SPO E000 55678 hyphen SPO E000 56018 ET. Page SPO E000 55911 hyphen ET. And the same in the Albanian. Yes. Mr. Sopi, do you see these documents on the screen?
Your Honour, my apologies for interrupting. If we're about to ask the leading question, but read it not from his previous evidence, but read the same proposition from a book, it is no less leading.
Go ahead, overruled.
Yes. Mr. Sopi, do you see these documents on the screen?
po,
Yes.
About the event that I have just mentioned in my previous question, do you confirm the accuracy of this paragraph concerning that meeting?
po,
Yes.
Could we just display the footnote on this page? Mr. Witness, the footnote, the last footnote here says that it was you who suggested that the brigade should be led by professional officers such as Adem Shehu. Is that true?
po e vërtet.
Yes, it is true. When I heard about the aforementioned person, I willingly accepted that he should be the commander of the 153rd Brigade instead of me.
Sepse kemi pas të
And that is because he was a career officer and it would only be more motivation for the officers, so that because we had volunteers from Albania helping us in our liberation war. So this was the reason why I accepted that Adem Shehu should be the commander of the 153rd Brigade.
ma tepër ka qenë akt
Mostly it was about my own moral side, but also for the morale, rather, of the fighters, so that this career professional officer would be in charge.
Your Honors, no need to tender this page. It's already part of Exhibit P 00187 underscore ET and Albanian P 00187. Let's move to another page of the same document, which would be SPOE 000-55912-ET. And the same Albanian, same page. Do you see the documents in front of you, Mr. Sopi?
Oh,
Yes.
It speaks about the brigade in which you were one of the commanders, Brigade 153. One of the first sentences say that the headquarters of the brigade was initially in your house. Is that indeed the case?
po e vërtet është.
Yes, that is correct. The command of Brigade 153 was located in my own house for a long period of time.
Of different units of Brigade 153 and the names of their commanders. Do you confirm the accuracy of that paragraph in relation to the units and their commanders?
Po të them të drejtën, nuk e di sa mund të merret.
To tell you the truth, I'm not sure to what extent a book will be admitted as evidence before a court of law. There are quite a few things that I'm able to see in this book. There are lots of people who've written whatever they wanted to. On this occasion, though, I do see units and names, and I can confirm, yes, that is correct.
What was the communication code name of Brigade 153 during the war?
Brigada 105.
During the war, Brigade 153 responded to the call sign Buna.
Various units of the brigade.
Nuk e di si caktohesh.
I do not know how they were assigned, however, that was our code.
We can see that at the names of units or the locations where these units functioned, we have different numbers. For example, B26 for Niesiti and Rimaniste, or B41 for Niesiti I Balabanit. So what do they mean, B41, B26? What does that mean?
Shkronja B.
The letter B stands for Buna, and the number is the unit number so that it could respond to that call sign. So in order for Imanisht not to be mentioned, but Buna 26 instead, and to preserve confidentiality vis-à-vis the Serb forces, not to mention college, but Buna Nisi, the unit at college, but to mention Buna 31. That was the reason.
Your Honors, I would like to tender this page into evidence and add it to P00187 underscore ET and Albanian P00187.
Objection.
None.
No, thank you.
None, Your Honor.
None, Your Honor.
SPOE 0055912 in English and Albanian is admitted and will be added to P00187.
Your Honor, it will be added.
Mr. Sopi, let's change the topics slightly. Did the Brigade 153 have any unit or person responsible for communicating directly with the media, for example, Kosovo Press?
Io nuk ka pas.
No, it did not have anyone specifically assigned to maintain contact with the media.
The development, for example, on the battlefield in relation to your brigade 153, and there was a need to report about it. Who would report to the press about such development? If not Brigade 153.
Nuk e di.
I don't know. However, we did not have an information system operational within the brigade in order to communicate with the media. As a matter of fact, we never had any contact with the media whatsoever.
Brigade 153 subordinated to during the war.
Gjatë luftës ishte në varësinë
During the war, it was under the LAP operational zone.
The developments on the battlefield in relation to the brigade, would that be LAP operational zone? Who would contact the media?
Po, sigurisht po.
Yes, most certainly.
Mr. Sopi, did the civil or civilian defense structures function in the LAP operational zone during the war?
Në zonën ku kam vepruar,
We weren't able to organize civilian defense in the area where I was operational because we moved onto a war footing immediately, so we had no time to organize the civilian protection units. The only such organization within Brigade 153 was handled by the logistics, headed by Martyr Ismet Aslani.
In relation to your brigade specifically, my question was in relation to the civilian defense structures functioning in the LAP operational zone, at the level of the LAP operational zone. Are you aware of existence of such civil structures?
unë kam dëgju, por nuk kam qenë.
I had heard, but I had no direct knowledge. I had no access to the system of organization that they had.
Was the head of the civil defense of the LAP operational zone command?
Me të thonë të drejtën, e kom mësu mas lufte për që
Tell you the truth, I came to know it after the war. However, I know who he was, but I cannot recall it for the time being.
Would you leave, Your Honors, refresh the memory of the witness?
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to read to you part of the preparation note 2, paragraph 19. You were referred to exactly the same page of this document, and you say that you confirmed that the civil defense structures existed at the level of the LAP operational zone, and that the head of the civil defense for LAP zone was Mohammed Latifi. Do you confirm that you said that?
po.
Oh, yes, yes. That is correct. I failed to remember it at the time.
We can remove this document and instead pull up a photograph at SPOE 002225559 to 002225559.
For the record, this is already admitted exhibit P01685.
Indeed. Mr. Sopi, can you see this photograph in front of you?
Po,
Yes.
Anyone on this photograph?
po,
Yes.
Who you recognize?
në këtë foto
In a sitting position, that's myself. Right next to me is Sadi Mustafa. Whilst standing, Agron Jemaili is on my side. And I cannot recall the name of the other person.
Agron Jemaili is the person who is standing behind you. Is that what you are saying?
po,
Yes, correct, behind me.
Where was this photograph taken?
me sigurinë
Most certainly during the war and in Zlash somewhere.
You said during the war. Is there any
po,
way to say more precisely when this photo could be taken?
ja, nuk mund
I can't specify, I've forgotten. It looks like the same individual would have taken this picture as the other one that was taken to me. However, I do not know who took this picture and I've never had it in my possession.
You leave. I would like to refresh the memory of the witness.
Just go ahead.
Mr. Witness, you said during the preparation session, and it's reflected in the preparation note 2 in paragraph 26, the following thing. You were referred to this photograph and you said that you could identify indeed yourself, Sadi Mustafa and Agron Jemaili standing behind you. And you said the photo was taken in Zlash, not in my home or the school, at the end of 1998 or beginning of 1999. Do you confirm the period of time in which the photo was taken, as stated here?
po, afërsisht në atë periudhë.
Yes, roughly during that period. Yes, during the war.
Thank you. We can remove this photograph from the screen. Pull up the last photograph, the last document. At SPOE 00222 hyphen 00222 687. Can you see this photograph on the screen in front of you, Mr. Sopi?
Po,
Yes.
Is anyone on this photograph?
i një disa persona në
I recognize some people in this picture, yes.
Who you recognize?
e një bashkëluftarin tim,
I know my co-fighters, Sali Mustafa, were in uniform.
Photograph?
e para.
The one in front.
A red beret and the shades.
Po,
Yes.
Who else, if anyone, do you recognize on this photograph?
propa ti është
Behind him, I see our Honorable President, the living martyr Hashim Thaçi, and next to him, our respected commander Rustem Mustafa.
In the tie, wearing a tie.
po,
Yes.
For the person who is walking next to him in the military uniform and the black belt.
po, për krah ti është
Yes, right next to him and wearing uniform.
Taken.
nuk kam njohuri.
I don't know.
Helt bare kom på när
I saw it for the first time when you showed it to me during the preparation session.
Refresh the witness's memory. This is my last question, Your Honor.
Yes.
During your preparation session, you were referred to this photograph. It's in preparation note 2, paragraph 24. And you said, I assume this could be taken shortly after the war. Do you confirm that?
Ashton dukat på.
It would appear so, yes.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions for this witness.
All right. Witness, it is time for a half-hour break. You may leave the courtroom. Please do not speak with anyone about your testimony, and we will see you back here in a half hour.
Okay.
We're adjourned until 11:30.
All right. All right.
Be seated. Yes, Mr. Miklicek.
Yes, thank you very much. Before we bring the witness in, my colleagues reminded me that the last photograph I showed to the witness, and he commented upon it, doesn't have the P number assigned. So we'd like to tender this and have the P number assigned.
I don't think you even tendered it, did you?
I didn't, so I'd like to do it now with your permission, Your Honor.
Any objection to the photo?
Your Honor, we object because we question the relevance and probative value of this picture that the witness was not able to give a specific date nor location or to describe the context in which it was taken.
We would echo those submissions.
Nothing to add.
We have anything to add?
The photo is relevant and will be admitted. SPOE 00222-687 to 00222-687 is admitted and will be assigned a P number.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit P 01774, and if we can confirm classification.
Thank you. Reclassified as public. Ms. Managon. Your cross-examination? Oh, we have to have a witness.
Anyway.
Please bring the witness in. All right, witness, we are ready to continue. The Thaçi defense will have some questions for you right now. They're to your right. Please give them your attention.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Witness, my name is Sophie Minegon, and I'm going to ask you some questions on behalf of Mr. Thaçi. Witness, am I right to understand from your previous statement and testimony admitted through Rule 154 that you consider that the KLA was a voluntary, spontaneous group of self-defense created in reaction to the offensives and crimes committed by the Serb forces?
Could you have the reference for that?
It's an open question. Witness, you referred in particular to the fact that the KLA was a volunteer army. I'm referring to P1766 2.1, page 21, you mentioned the fact that the KLA was attacked several times by the Serb force, in particular in April 1999. We discussed it this morning. So would that be a good summary for you of your, let's say, understanding or vision of the KLA as a group of self-defense created merely to react to the Serbian offensives and crimes?
It's compound, Your Honor. Could we break it down to smaller chunks?
Just ask a simple question, please.
Yeah, Mr. Witness, so do you consider that the KLA was a voluntary army?
The Kosovo Liberation Army was a voluntary army. Its source was the people, and it came as a result of the century-wide suffering of the Albanian people. And the Kosovo Liberation Army is the largest exercise that Albanians have undertaken post-independence of Albania. And it was the KLA that, with its fair war, had the support of the whole world, our people, the democratic world, the United States of America, the United Kingdom, as well as EU member states. And it was with our fair war and just war that the Kosovo Liberation Army brought about the liberation of Kosovo.
And I take it it was a yes.
Yes.
So am I right to understand that it was created essentially in reaction to the offensives and crimes committed by the Serbian forces against the Albanian population, the Kosovo Albanian population?
Exakt.
Correct.
In your area, the KLA started to get more organized from late January 99, early February 99, with the creation of Brigade 153 in Zlash, correct?
Oh.
Correct.
And at the beginning, so 98, early 98, you didn't have any weapon.
At the beginning, we didn't have weapons, but we did organize our people and try to prepare them to respond to the Serbian offensive and eventual battles.
You started to get some weapons at a later stage when the people who joined the KLA brought their own weapons. Is that right?
Oh.
Yes.
Didn't have any proper chain of supply of weapons.
No, we did not have a proper chain, but it was simply whatever weapons the people had, the population had, and one of the criteria to join the KLA was that one had to be committed to fight and who possibly could have weapons, their own weapons, or could make sure that they got a weapon somewhere.
Before the creation of the Brigade 153, I'm referring to USPO interview P1766.1, page 15. You say that you didn't receive any military order from the Liabzon command. Is that correct?
Usually, it depended on the situation. There was no need to receive, for instance, orders or advice from anyone.
Thank you. So you mentioned the fact that a training center was put in place in Zlash around February 99. And is it right that at first it was still pretty rudimentary because the trainers did not know in advance, for instance, who would attend the training?
Yes, that's correct. The training center was created out of the need we had because we had young men who started joining the ranks and they had no military experience. and to actually safeguard them from any eventual accidents whilst using weapons, as well as preparing them for any eventual weapons, we decided that they should be trained in how to use weapons and receive elementary and basic knowledge on fighting.
And you also mentioned that there was not a screening process of these new recruits to prevent infiltrators. For instance, you would not ask them whether they belonged or not to the LDK.
Joo, tämä kan olla.
No, they came there from our units in an organized manner, our units in villages. So, for instance, a village would bring their unit, and the verification work was conducted by the unit commanders in their own locations. Whereas in Slash, we had no need to identify these people.
So I understand that some member from the LDK could join the KLA, and similarly, to your knowledge, former GNA officers were not prevented from joining the ranks of the KLA.
Yes, that's correct, and we did have such officers amongst us.
For instance?
Yes, we... the chief of the zone was one, Idris Shaban, former JNA officers. One, for instance, was a police officer, that is.
After the training, the new recruits were not provided with uniform or weapons. Is that right?
No, we just had no capabilities like that.
Mission means to equip everyone, right?
No, we just didn't have these at the time.
And is it right that people could and would buy their own uniforms on the street?
Yes, some people could buy their uniforms, but some of our people never had uniforms, but they just had the heart for it, to fight for our liberation.
Why not everyone had the same uniforms in the KLA and some were still in civilian clothes, right?
Yes, correct.
So it could happen that some people would wear KLA uniforms without being member of the KLA, to your knowledge.
It could have been possible, but on the ground that I operated in, I had no such information of this happening.
Thank you. With regard to the KLA structure, once Adam Sheu became the commander of Brigade 153, you told the SPO, and I'm referring to P1766.2, page 2, so you never received a written order from Adam Sheu.
Yes.
And actually, you told the SPO, and I'm referring to P1766.2, page 4, that you did not consider him to be a strict military commander, stressing that the KLA was a volunteer army. So do you consider, do you mean that people obeyed eventual orders because they agreed with such orders?
Well, the Kosovo Liberation Army did not have rules and discipline like, say, NATO member states have in this day and age, because it was based on the fact that it was a voluntary army, and the soldiers that joined the KNA did so completely willingly and free of any influence from anyone.
Thank you. With regard to the creation of Brigade 153, you testified on 18 January 22, and I'm referring to P1767.1, page 2034-35, that the organizational beginnings of this brigade was from the very units that were formed in almost every village in Golak area, that it became official in February 1999, once we had enough soldiers in the unit, and that Kadri Kwestrati inaugurated solemnly the brigade. So is it right to say that Kadri Kwestrati essentially officialized a structure you had put in place?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified, and I'm referring to P1766.1, page 2036, that since I was dealing with the organization of the KLA on the ground, and since I was on the ground all the time in various villages of Golak area, I was appointed as a person in charge of civilian protection. So is it right to say that your appointment as person in charge of civilian protection in the brigade was essentially a confirmation of the work you were doing previously?
Well, I was the organizer, or one of the main organizers, along with my fellow friends. And this wasn't like a reward, if that's what you meant, because to start off with, the suggestion was that I would be appointed brigade commander. But since we did have knowledge of the fact that a career officer would come into our region, then I accepted really willingly that Agim Sheo should be the brigade commander instead, because this wasn't about rewards in any way, shape or form, but the largest reward for me was that I was serving the war cause and my nation, my people.
To say and to know whether you agree that you had not waited for the LIAP command to organize and officialize everything. You had already put, let's say, things in place within the KLA in your area, and in February 1999 it was officialized, but you yourself had already taken the initiative to organize the KLA forces in your area.
The Council has given evidence, Your Honor.
I'm asking for his opinion.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Can you please reply?
No, I've said this in the past and I shall say it again. We, our units, we organized ourselves before this was extended to the whole of our area. So we had taken steps even before we were in touch with the organizational structure of the KLA. Our units were created even earlier than that because we were waiting for the first contact with the KLA. So our units in Golak preceded this. The organizational structure of the KLA.
And similarly, before the creation of Brigade 153, Raman Dini was already working with you to organize the rank of the KLA in the villages in Golak. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Correct, yes.
So when he was appointed as part of the staff of Brigade 153, it was also a confirmation of his prior involvement among the KLA forces in this area.
Yes.
In your preparation note 2, paragraph 19, you say that the head of civil defense for LIAP was Mohamed Latifi, and you added that you didn't receive any orders from him. Do you confirm it?
I confirm it, that's correct.
So the KLA in your area had good relationship with the LDK at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, excellent relations.
Say that your brother Demir was a LDK representative for Slash at the time. That's right?
Yes, and at the same time, he was a member of the KLA.
Can you please describe his role both within the LDK and the KLA at the time?
His role in the LDK was to represent the village, given the LDK office in Golak, whereas in terms of the KLA ranks, he was a member, a soldier of the KLA up until the end of the war.
Thank you. And so did the KLA and the LDK liaise or work together about practical issues such as the provision of food or healthcare to the population in your area?
The whole organization of the LDK in Golak area, it placed itself at the service of the KLA. We had representatives of those groups in us, also as commanders of battalions and various units of the KLA. So cooperation was genuine with no incidents whatsoever.
Commanders in the KLA who were member in your area, who were member of the LDK. Can you give us a few names?
Yes. Yes, I can. Ayub Gashi, commander on the for Bramor region. He was and is part of the LDK whilst he was battalion commander.
Thank you.
Gashi also and many other commanders of other units who were part of the LDK and who joined willingly the KLA up until the end of the war. And they did so wholeheartedly so that this war would be successful.
And in particular, did the KLA and LDK collaborate regarding the evacuation of civilians in April 1999 following the offensive from the Serbs?
Yes, they did. The LDK structure knew the people around because they were already organized. Given a charity, Mother Teresa charity there, so they also had food, so they made sure that the civilians would have everything, and they organized this as best as they could, perfectly, really. And they made our work much easier, helping us out for the best of the civilian population, which had been evicted from Pristina and Podujeva and the areas around.
And yourself, were you a member of the LDK?
No, I am not.
You have no further question.
Thank you. Ms. Rowan?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honour. Good afternoon. No, I believe it's still morning. Witness, my name is Eric Tully. I represent...
Hello.
...for you. You were asked by Ms. Menegon about your brother's work within the LDK, and you said he was a member of the KLA up until the end of the war. But how long was he a member? How long was he representative of the LDK for Slash? Throughout what years?
He was in the LDK a lot longer before the war and up until the end of the war. So everybody was a part of the LDK even earlier.
Representative of the LDK at the time you received your promotions within the KLA, for instance. Would that be right?
Yes.
Issue. Perhaps you can help me, and if you can't, that's okay. You were asked earlier on by the prosecution, and I'm referring to pages 22 and 25 of the transcript from today, of perhaps some contact between the the LAP zone, Slash in particular, and members of the KLA from Karadak. You remember these questions?
So, the lab area and the Karadak area, is that what you meant?
Assistance in fighting between Brigade 153 and some members from the KLA members from Karadak. Do you remember questions about this?
So the representatives of the Karadak zone, their location was with us. And when the Serbian offensive started on the 18th of April, they made themselves available to protect the civilian population and their units. That was it.
Do you know an individual, I believe a commander at one point, but an individual by the name of Salami Naziri? Have you heard this name?
Salami Naziri?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Alias Agron. Do you know a person whose alias was Agron from the Karadak zone?
I've forgotten. Could be. I don't know. Cannot remember. I cannot remember right now. Gron, you said, right?
Salami
Naziri.
Salami? Yes. Yes.
Then please, Madam Court Officer, document SITF 00265580 to 00265581, and it's at page 00265581. Yes, and if you can just, I'm going to read this out to you. The content is incorrect, but is not important, but it says, a petition against the ES head of the Education, Culture and Sport Department has been initiated by the KLA commander, Mr. Salami Naziri, in brackets Agron, who is now one of 2 vice presidents of the municipality, and he's speaking about Vitnia. That's the person who you're talking about, is that right? The Salami Naziri from Vitnia. Do you remember him to be from Vitnia? Vitina, sorry.
No, I did not know where he was from.
Thank you for answering my questions. Your Honours, for just direction to the panel for relevance, this is to do with upcoming witnesses and aliases used by various KLA members. Thank you. I'm finished.
Thank you, Your Honour. Good afternoon, Mr. Witness. My name is Shamala Alagendra, and I represent Mr. Jakub Kwasnici. I have a few questions for you this afternoon. So my first question is still going to be on the issue of LDK. And I'm right, am I not, sir, that a large number of the KLA members in your region were also LDK activists?
Yes, you are right.
Period of the war, were you aware of any KLA policy that viewed individuals associated with the LDK as opponents of the KLA?
The region I was active in, there was no political divisions between us. It was just about the war effort, the liberation of Kosovo. There was no political disagreement amongst the ranks of the KLA. Everyone was really fighting for the liberation of Kosovo, a just war.
And were you aware of whether or not there was any KLA policy or practice to commit violence against members of the LDK?
Under no circumstances, and never have I heard of any such thing.
So I'm going to move on now to ask you some questions relating to the Serb offensive which took place in April 1999. And in my questioning for my learned friend in the courts, I'm going to be referring to the transcript of your testimony in another trial, and that's P01767.1 and .2. So do you recall that during your SPO interview and also in your testimony in another trial in this court, you were asked questions about the Serbian offensive which took place in April 1999, particularly starting on April 18th. Do you recall that?
Oh,
Yes.
You actively participated in combat during that offensive. That's correct, isn't it?
exakt.
It is correct, yes.
And you also testified, sir, that on the fourth day of the offensive, and I'm referring to page 2079 from my learned friend, you mentioned that you had to withdraw towards Pristina to avoid further civilian losses. Do you recall saying that?
Lejuam tërheqjen e
We allowed the civilian population to withdraw because there was shelling from all over. There were quite a few losses, so that offensive did not spare any old men or women, children. It razed people's homes. All of our homes were burnt. People were burnt alive. So we did not impede the return of the civilian population towards Pristina because of the massacres that were being threatened, because we couldn't actually confront the offensive anymore, because it had started and it had a lot more forces than ours, whereas our KLA units accompanied the civilian population and allowed them to move ahead to Pristina. And in Makovs, for instance, one of the most infamous massacres was carried out, and people were just taken out of the ranks that they were walking in, and they were killed just right there, and this was revenge in Nakovs, because the population was supporting us. And this was out of revenge because of the fighting in which we were involved in that area.
That the Serb forces were massacring civilians, including children, the elderly, and women. That's correct, isn't it?
Exakt.
Correct, yes.
On the third day of the offensive, around April 20, Serbian forces entered and occupied Zlash. That's correct, isn't it? April 20 of 99.
Kanë depërtuar, po.
They did penetrate, yes.
And you also testified that during that entire time you remained in Zlash, correct?
Po, e vërtet.
Yes, that's right.
Testified that you were aware the Serbian forces reached every point in Zlash. That's what you said. Correct?
Po.
Yes.
And you also said that the Serbian forces entered every house in Zlash, including the house of Adem Kresnici, the family house of Adem Kresnici. That's correct?
Në të gjitha shtëpitë
They entered into every single house and burned down every single one of them.
And you specifically said that they also entered the house of the Kresnici family, correct?
po, e vërtet është.
Yes, correct. They had the tank units as well as the infantry with them.
Now, Mr. Witness, based on your knowledge of the events and how the Serbian forces were operating at the time on the ground, would you agree with me that it was highly likely that the Serbs would have killed any civilians they found in any of the homes they entered in Zlash during that period?
Calling for speculation.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I was in fact going to respond to the objection, but since Your Honor has ruled, let me rephrase the question. Mr. Witness, are you aware of anything happening to civilians in any of the homes that the Serbs entered during that period?
Yes, we are aware there was killing from a distance, but also when they occupied our homes. They killed, they murdered people, they burned people, once indoors in Slavs and Marevs. Slash and Marevs, there were cases of people who were burned alive in their homes, who were killed, and others who were killed in the streets. There were lots of massacres on the ground. However, the greatest of those massacres was on the Zlash to Pristina road, particularly in the area of Makovc, where one of the greatest of massacres occurred.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Your Honor, no further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
One question potentially to Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Sopi, in reply to the questions of my colleague representing Mr. Hashim Thaçi, you indicated that there might not be discipline in Brigade 153 or the units that at a later stage became 153. And I would like to make reference to your court testimony in the case against Salim Mustafa. And Your Honors, it would be P01767.1, first page 2095 and then 2096. And this is the exchange that you had with the prosecutor on the issue of discipline. It was me, Mr. Sopi, who asked you that question. Just before the brigade was established, was there also some form of discipline within the KLA existing there? And you said this discipline was always there from the very first moment that the units were created. And you added, be it at the unit level or brigade level, those rules were always in force. Do you confirm that you said that during your court testimony?
It is correct that the Liberation Army was a disciplined unit, and this discipline stretched into every single unit. Every unit looked after its own discipline, and given that all the soldiers were volunteers, they were disciplined as such. There was no need for any other discipline. They were self-disciplined.
You were also asked a question by Krasniqi defense regarding the destruction of or entry of the Serbian forces into the house of Adem Krasniqi. Did you actually see Serb forces entering that house of Adem Krasniqi during the offensive of April 1999? Did you see yourself with your own eyes?
Yes, we did see it, because I stayed in Zlash alongside the unit every single day, and I saw their penetration every single day. However, I did not want to put my soldiers in danger, given that I had noticed that the civilian population had withdrawn from Zlash. So I did not deem it necessary to sacrifice our lives and go in front of the tanks. However, I did see them entering every single house, but from a distance.
From your position where you were looking at the Serbian forces entering the house of Adem Krasniqi?
I can't I cannot specify that. However, we had binoculars and we were able to follow their movements all along. Every night we would follow their moves and we would attack them wherever they were located as soon as night fell.
Did you see the moment when the Serbian forces entered that compound, that house? Did you see it yourself, the moment?
No, we weren't able to follow every single move of theirs, but we know that they entered all over the place, everywhere.
Questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge Barta.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Zopi.
Good afternoon. Yes, I can.
For you, and has to do with what you said during your testimony in the Mustafa trial in 2022. There you said you were, at that time, the chairman of the Pristina branch of the KLA War Veterans Association. Is that right?
Which period of time do you mean, Your Honor?
2, on the 18th of January 2022, and this is in reference to P0176 7.1, page 2032, lines 15 to 16. You said you were, in January 2022, the chairman of the KLA War Veterans Association. My question is simply this: do you still have this position? Are you still the chairman?
I was and remain the chairman of the Veterans Association for the Pristina branches.
No further questions.
Any other questions? Any follow-up to Judge Barta's question? None? Witness, your testimony is completed. You may leave the courtroom now. You've satisfied your obligation to the court. We thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
All right, we need to have about 30 minutes to get set up for the next witness, so we will take a 30-minute break and then come back and we'll get as much done as we can by the lunch break, which will be at the regular time. So we're adjourned for 30 minutes. Let's just call it till 20 minutes. We're adjourned till 20 minutes of the hour.
All rise. Rise.
Be seated. Yes, Mr. Ellis.
Thank you, Your Honour. Before we start hearing the evidence of the next witness, thank you, Your Honour. Before we start hearing the evidence of the next witnesses, we wanted to place on record that on Friday afternoon at about 5 p.m., we were notified of filing 2676 and its 3 annexes comprising about 450 pages of material which is relevant to the testimony of the coming 3 witnesses. Having received that on Friday afternoon, we in fact asked the prosecution to delay the hearing of these witnesses until we had more time to consider the material in the annexes. That was declined by the prosecution, and we are in a position to go ahead today and tomorrow, but we do want to place on record that it's most unfortunate to dump 450 pages on the defence on a Friday afternoon at 5 p.m. with the witnesses likely to come on the Monday and Tuesday of the following week. Should something similar happen again, it may well be that the defence have no option but to seek to adjourn a witness's testimony. And it is material that could have been submitted earlier. It's been in the prosecution's possession for well over a year now.
Response?
The SPO's view is that Is my microphone activated now? Yes. Just to be clear, I think by agreement of the parties we should be in private session. Because of the nature of the evidence being presented and the 107 protections in place. I just want to know if you want to answer. Yes, I do. Your Honor, it's the SPO's view that the testimony of this witness and the following 2 go solely to
Your Honors, we're in public session.
We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Ms. Rowan, just a 1 minute, please. All right.
Your Honour, I'm grateful. Just a brief matter before this witness recommences his testimony. Your Honour indicated this morning, and it's line 8012 of this morning's transcript, Your Honour stated, I also note that you are accompanied by the representative of the Rule 107
We are in
provider.
public session now, Ms. Rowan.
Yes. In this regard, with the approval of the panel, you can consult with the representative during your testimony. The SPO in their application did not request for this witness to have the ability to consult with a representative, nor did the panel in their decision rule that this witness could consult with a representative. Your Honour, in our submission, this witness is still a witness like all others, and all witnesses receive the same warning from this panel, which is that once commencing their evidence, they cannot discuss their evidence with anybody else outside of the courtroom. We would submit that equally applies here. The 107 provider representative is present because there is a national security concern. If such a concern arises as a result of a question that is asked or a document that is shown, the representative has the capacity to raise that issue for discussion with the panel, and that issue can be dealt with in open court. But in our submission, this witness does not have the right to consult or discuss his evidence at any stage outside of the open process with this representative.
Thank you. You wish to respond?
Simply to say that the SPO really takes no position. I think it's hypothetical that there would be any consultation. My understanding of the court's instruction was that if the witness perceives a question to ask for information that goes beyond the bounds of what he has been permitted to testify to by the 107 provider, then he should have the opportunity to consult with the representative.
Thank you.
And you know, I think we probably just, as a matter of prudence, should move into closed session since this is all about.
Your Honour, perhaps just before we move on with the witness's evidence, we would ask, because this witness was not given that warning, that this witness is explicitly warned that he may not discuss his evidence with the provider when not in front of the court. Because in our submission, that is the position, and he should be warned he cannot do so. And we would ask that that is done also with the two subsequent witnesses we are due to hear, so that it's clear to those witnesses that in all breaks, they cannot discuss their evidence with the provider.
Thank you.
No objection to that, Your Honour.
No, Your Honour, I have a housekeeping matter. I'll rise when the...
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. We will do our best to continue to monitor what goes on right in front of us. And if it appears that someone is asking, some communication is taking, we'll break in and deal with that issue at the time. And of course, we will notify him that he, as I always do at the end of the day, that he cannot speak with anybody at all concerning his testimony. I'm not arguing with your position. It's just that we have to kind of govern it as it goes on, not ahead of time.
Of course, Your Honour, I'm grateful. The only observation we would make is simply that the witness is warned at the outset of his testimony, because as has occurred today, of course, we do have breaks during the day, and it should be made clear to the witness, for example, tomorrow's witness, that they know from the outset of their testimony at the coffee break they may not do so. So I would simply invite Your Honour to warn the witness at the beginning of their evidence that at no stage can they discuss their evidence with their provider or anybody else from that matter.
We'll consider your request
Thank you.
and take steps we think are appropriate. But I am aware of your concern.
Yes, it's simply the exact same warning that other witnesses get.
No,
We're asking for no special treatment.
Understood.
Thank you.
Understood. But it is a special circumstance when somebody testifies in this manner, so we can't anticipate every possible problem.
No, of course, but there is no legal basis to permit it, so we should take steps to ensure that it is not permitted.
Well, there is a legal basis to allow some types of communication under 107.
Your Honour, that's not in the wording of the rule, and we
Okay.
can see no
All right,
precedent that
we're not going to
allows
argue about it
beyond.
right now. We will take into consideration your well-raised position.
Thank
okay?
you.
Sorry, Mr. President. Yeah, just for a small matter. The issue of order of cross-examination. I know I indicated that we're going first, but there's a bit of a shuffle. So for the next three witnesses, it will be the Salimi team first, followed by Vaseli team, followed by Krasniqi team, and then Thaçi team will go fourth.
One of you will remind me, so,
Yes,
but I
sir.
appreciate that, and we will try to take it into consideration.
Thank you very
So
much.
it's you, Vaseli, Krasniqi, and then Thaçi last.
Exactly.
Right.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you very much. Madam Court Usher, you may bring the witness in.
And I take it, Your Honor, we'll move to private as soon as the witness takes the stand?
Yes. You can all be seated. Thank you. We will go into private session.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
All right, we're adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, you may bring the witness back into the room. They can all be seated. We will continue now with the questions from the prosecutor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We need to be in private session.
Yes, please.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
We're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.